Hello, everyone. Happy Sunday. It's been a busy weekend, but at least it's being busy in a good way, mostly. So that's good. I finally got the light fixture in my kitchen fixed, so it finally works, and I don't have to cook in the dark anymore, which is a huge relief. Though I kind of maybe figured out how the old fixture broke in the first place too. Uh, so what happened to the old one is the way these fixtures are made. They've kind of got a metal backing that goes adjacent to the ceiling, and then there's a plastic box that's screwed onto that that's got the electronics in it. So the power goes into that, and then the electronics that control the LED lights is in there. And what had happened to the old one is that the little tabs that hold this box on had broken off, so that box fell, and I'm sure something got misaligned or broken or strained or something that caused it to not work properly. And it occurred to me as I was attaching the new fixture to the ceiling that one way this could have happened is if that back metal panel gets bent during installation, or if there's strain put on it such that it pulls on that plastic box, eventually the plastic could snap and the same thing could happen. So we'll have to see if that happens. It's possible that it might, because the people who put the original fixture on there didn't really do it properly. They didn't put a nice electrical box there in the center of the fixture. Otherwise, I would have put a different fixture on entirely. No, they just kind of put a hole in the drywall off to the side and just ran a wire straight through it. So there's this wire that's got to be mushed between the fixture and the ceiling, and changing that would require more and more extensive work. You know, I'd have to actually do something about the drywall, which is why I didn't do that this time. But it would require actually using an electrical box, like installing that properly. So, we'll see what happens. It's also possible that, who knows, maybe this fixture is made more sturdily than the old one. I don't know. It certainly seems to be made with fewer little fiddly parts. Like, just in the way that it's constructed as you assemble it, there are fewer different little things that need to be screwed or unscrewed to other little things, which makes it easier to put together. So, I guess we'll see. Let's see. I'm not going to use the autosave because, as I recall, I had to go in there and get a. That's right. I went and got a screenshot for the YouTube video. So here we are. There's our radio tower. There's our space elevator. Here's all our plastic and rubber and fuel refineries. It only just now occurs to me that triangular bit that's kind of pulsing on that factory there is very similar to what's on the converters that are those not quite 20-sided die-shaped buildings. This conveyor belt assemblage is something that we could redo at some point. if we think it needs tidying up. Don't feel a huge need to do that right now. But our big concern right now is those last 100 supercomputers that we need. And at this point, I think what I want to do is head back here to where we're making said supercomputers. Hello, truck. And we'll just temporarily prevent them from being sent anywhere else for a little while. And we'll clean up after ourselves a little bit too. Going this way as well as this way. Interesting. I guess that's how I set it up. But yes, this is our... Ooh, our computer machine is not getting enough circuit boards. You're not getting enough copper sheets. I see. Oh, I scaled this down for some reason. All right, well, let's fix that. Need to scale this up in order to meet the needs of all the machines that need them, but let's let it run for a little while. Meanwhile, you are making high-speed connectors. You're kind of backed up on them. You're making supercomputers. You need more computers as usual. Okay, but here's where else they're going. So just temporarily, we're gonna... I'm gonna steal these. Because it's totally fine if we don't finish all our initial phase 5 parts super fast, because we haven't even set up 2 of them. There we go. Let's head back here, make sure everything looks good. Now that we've got our copper sheets set up. We're fine. Got a couple of backed up belts there. So at this point, A lot of excess circuit boards are coming into here. We're not quite filling this up fast enough. So let's all speed these up by just small amounts. There yet? There we go. Okay. And computers are going several places. They're going into the adaptive control units. We don't need to be making those quickly, which is why I've slowed this down apparently. Let's just help this along. Ah! Great Canadian Bacon Bits! Excellent. You are here, and that means I can do a proper factory tour while you're here, so we can get you your redemption, plus do the productive Packer Deluxe. So let's start with that. We can do that while we're waiting for these supercomputers. How's it going? Here's this. Okay, I think I've done all the levels now at least once. So let's just see if I can get 2 stars in anything. Getting a higher score than I was before. Wasn't great. Also not great. Oh, that was close. Oh, wow. 3 stars, though. It's going slow but sure. Well, that is a good way to be going. Wow, okay. All right, well. That went well. All right, and in terms of a factory tour, I guess we can start here since this really is the main base. So, I guess I should ask, are you familiar with this game, Great Canadian Bacon Bits? How should I give you the this is just where things are explanation, or more of an explanation that assumes you don't recognize anything, essentially? Not at all. Okay, so the goal of this game is to manufacture a ridiculous number of parts that get made into a ridiculous number of advanced parts that all get sent up this space elevator to that orbital platform, which has been getting increasingly complex over the course of the game. So here's the space elevator. Here we've got kind of the initial bunch of iron nodes. I don't honestly, we'd have to check the videos to see exactly how I got started here, but here's the initial iron line. All the most basic iron parts are being made here, things like iron rods and iron plates and some screws. There's more screws being made at a little outpost way out there because we go through a lot of screws. You can see the screws coming in this way. Just gobs and gobs of them. Interesting, I've got a storage bin here still. And the iron plates get turned into more advanced iron plates and into modular frames and other increasingly complex stuff that goes down this way. Over here, this is just a little area where I've got biomass burners. We don't use them too much anymore. You might see these coming on if our power usage spikes. But if I pick up leaves and wood and things, I throw them in there and those get turned into a tiny amount of electrical power. We're making concrete over there. Just mining some limestone, turning it into concrete. Some of it goes into storage, but a lot of it goes into production over there. We are also bringing in some copper wire that's being made into things. We're mining some copper here that's being made into ridiculous amounts of copper sheets, which is coming over here to our electronics area, which is where I've been focusing a lot of time lately because we're waiting on a bunch of supercomputers to get built. We're making circuit boards with these machines here out of copper sheets and plastic. Those get made into computers, which get made into supercomputers. And there's a drone port here, which is shipping these things off to other places to get turned into even more advanced stuff, and then it gets shipped back here and other stuff happens to it. In many cases, it gets sent into the space elevator. Over here is where some really advanced stuff is being made. The stuff that comes in on the drone gets sent to these sorting bins, and then it gets turned into turbo motors and thermal propulsion rockets and nuclear pasta, which is being made with this particle accelerator. Which is really fun to watch. It looks like a Stargate, but really it's just smashing atoms together. Oh, look at that. What makes up the meatballs to go with the nuclear pasta? Well, the whole thing is kind of in a sphere-shaped mass. That's going into the space elevator, so I'll just let it roll. You can see the drone landing, though. We sit here for a moment, we can see a bunch of sorted items get sent over this way. I've kind of interrupted some of the shipping because I really want our supercomputers to just land in my inventory so I can turn them into that milestone in the upper right corner. There we go. We can see some things get sorted. Some of the stuff goes off towards the space elevator. Really, 5 items. That's interesting. Now, the nuclear pasta needs not only the pressure conversion cubes, but ridiculous amounts of copper powder, which are all being made at a big facility over there. Also, hello, Liam Clan. Let's see. To go see other things, I'm gonna get back in this vehicle. Oh, here's another sorting facility for things that get brought in on land vehicles. All these various bins. That's where stuff is arriving. So if we head off this way... we can see some stuff that I set up only just recently, actually. Oh, here's where I'm making all those screws. This isn't where all the screws are being made. There's still a few that are in the main production line, but this is where a lot of them are being made. I can see that some of them are backed up and some of them are not sure if I'm making enough. I'll have to retool this at some point. If I ever find out I'm not making enough screws for some purpose or another, I'll have to redo that to be more efficient. I'm doing okay. I've had a busy weekend. Finally replaced the light fixture in my kitchen, which is very satisfying. Now over here, this is actually where I'm making most, if not all, of my copper wire now. Just got tons of machines making that. And then over here is where I'm making steel, which is iron and coal. And that's getting made into steel pipes and steel beams. I'm also bringing in sulfur to make black powder, which I'm mostly making into nobelisks, which are explosives. But since I'm here, we could also set up a depot for just the black powder, which is something I didn't bother to do before and kind of bit me in the rear. Because it's not very frequent that I actually need it for anything by itself. Aha, we have another redeem for Productive Packer Deluxe. Very well. We will do that after the tour. This is slightly weirdly laid out, but we'll make it work. So that's where steel's happening. Level 2, 3-star, no problem. We'll see. We shall see. Over here, those are all my coal power plants. Oh, here's Here's a thing that doesn't need to be there anymore. And for some reason I'm driving onto rocks, that's okay. Now over here there's a couple kind of incongruous things. This is Christmas Town. When we had our holiday Fixmas event, this is where I put all the Fixmas machines. So they're not running because the trees are not producing gifts out of season. That's okay. We're also making some stuff with the strange alien material. Specifically these SAM fluctuators, which mostly seem to be used for building things. I'm not needing them as part of a production line at the moment, so it's kind of okay that this is isolated from everything else right now, but we're definitely doing other stuff with alien material elsewhere. You remember seeing a streamer giving up on making things look organized, didn't care about conveyors clipping through, still gives you nightmares. I've actually been making some effort to clean things up, just a small amount of effort as we've been going along, but I have thus far tended to be pretty utilitarian, you know, not caring if these foundations are just kind of floating, for example. But over here we've got another particle accelerator, which is supposed to be squashing coal into diamonds, but it's full because the diamonds get turned into time crystals, and we're not actually using time crystals for anything right now, so for the moment that's just sitting. We've also got some quartz that's being mined over here, and that gets shipped off in a truck to get mostly turned into electronics, so that's what this truck stop is doing. So if the time comes to start shipping time crystals and diamonds out of here, they'll just go into the same truck stop. But we haven't needed that yet, so I haven't set it up yet. There's another coal node I can tap if I need to. And we've actually cleared this northern area out of a lot of the collectible items, so things like slugs and Mercer spheres and Sommer sloops and hard drives are pretty much cleared out from that northern area. Partly because that just seems to be where I am when I have a free moment, and also because this is a starting area. It's relatively safe to gather those things around here relative to elsewhere. They had conveyors and lifts going through the middle of equipment, everything floating everywhere, and I think they got some sick satisfaction out of making people cry, and oh boy. That's a thing. Alright, let's do the rest of the tour, because we've got just a couple more locations to visit. And it takes a bit of driving, but actually, before we head off, I'm gonna double check, see what my ratio of petroleum products is. We've got plastic. We probably need to make more rubber, because we're using it to make computers now. Yes, okay. So we'll do that while we're at the fuel area. I was guessing we might need to do that. Oh. Drive the Explorer, don't look in its inventory. Plus a little bit of errors make people talk and chat, that's true. Love pointing out the streamer's mistakes. All right, so over here is where we're making petroleum products. Oh no, it's fine. This as noted, I have a reason to come over here. So this whole area is based on the fact that there's some oil deposits here, which we are extracting oil from and turning into various things, such as, over here, plastic and rubber. Oh, that's the problem. These were never hooked up. Okay. Rubber shortage addressed. I've also got some refineries here that are turning the crude oil directly into fuel. Because this gets kind of complex. If you turn oil into plastic or rubber, then you get that thing. Don't have to be carrying this much. Plus, you also get heavy oil residue. And you have to do something with that heavy oil residue, because if it fills up in this refinery, then it won't make any more plastic either. So the heavy oil residue is getting made into residual fuel. Plus, I've got some refineries that are making fuel directly out of the crude oil, but that makes polymer resin, because we weren't making any plastic or rubber out of it to begin with. And then the polymer resin can get turned into other things like more plastic and more rubber and fabric, polyester fabric. And some of the fuel gets made into turbo fuel. And then we've got fuel generators that are making power out of all that fuel and turbo fuel. Another fun thing that we've got, various places around the world have geysers, which you can attach geothermal power plants to, and there just happen to be a couple over here. These are prettier during the daytime. Oh, it's starting to get light. We can see them. These are some of the prettier ones. Sometimes it's just a little geyser next to a river or something, and it's not much, but these are pretty. Your fuel factory has far too much surplus. This is kind of one of those games where some people get intimidated by the complexity and they prefer to watch other people. I see a lot of streamers put a lot more work into the aesthetics of their factory. They actually make things look nice. I do like to have things out in the open like this so that I can just kind of jump in and out. I don't like to have things fully enclosed in buildings. But I'll do things like I used this wall so that this upper section would be on the same grid as this lower section. Over here, way up top, we've got another drone port. This is really just shipping rubber to the more advanced area, which we will see in a moment. Down we go. Actually, I want to pick up some more fuel for my jetpack. No, I've got plenty. Don't get run over by my own truck. Yeah, some people make entire cities. They use the trains. I haven't done anything with trains. It just seemed like so much more infrastructure than I actually needed. During early access, there was kind of I think a common self-imposed challenge, since there wasn't any real end game yet, to just see how fast can I dump nuclear pastas into the awesome sink. I never did that, but that was a thing. Now, I would totally lose my way in this area if I weren't following my own conveyor belts. hearing that noise, that was my dishwasher, which is not part of this factory. And just here and there, I've put just a little bridge or something for convenience. And at some point, I should just take out a few of the more troublesome trees. That's another thing, is I don't like destroying the scenery if I don't actually need to. Some people will just, you know, clear cut areas to make them easier to work with, but I tend not to do that. So down here, right across this river, got a water extractor there. This is where we're making aluminum. So bauxite gets mined out from there. It gets turned into alumina solution. It's like it's a little backed up. That gets turned into aluminum scrap, and then the aluminum scrap gets turned into aluminum ingots, and those get made into all kinds of things. So my first factory, which is on YouTube actually. My button work? There we go. I gave a tour of my early access factory and put it on YouTube. But I basically had this massive stack of conveyor belts just carrying everything. I wasn't using vehicles to transport items at all. And one of the things in this massive conveyor stack was one of those Futurama tubes. And that was how I got back and forth between my factories. And it's a lot of work to build, but it's definitely fun. So this is actually the first factory where I've used vehicles extensively. Now up here on top of the aluminum area, I've got a couple more drone ports. I think this is the one that's just bringing in rubber. Yeah, this doesn't have a two-way pile of stuff. So this is just where rubber's coming in. We'll see it in a moment. There it goes. That gets turned into various items, and this drone port is where things get shipped in from the electronics area and then get shipped back out to the really advanced area that was right next to the electronics. Those fused modular frames get turned into things. Then over here is where we're doing more stuff with the strange alien material. That's get turned into reanimated SAM. This crazy building here turns it into fixite ingots. And then those ingots get made into fixite trigons. And those plus some other things get turned into biochemical sculptors. I can see that we could use more trigons here. What else? This is kind of the end of things. The only stuff we've got beyond this is some spots where we're pulling water and nitrogen gas out of the ground, a few more geysers. So that's basically it. But this isn't even getting enough ingots to run full time. We need more converters for that. And we have enough supercomputers. Okay, so. Alright, well yes, thank you for requesting the tour, and good for me to look around at what I'm doing as well. Is this getting enough Caterium? No, this isn't even getting enough Caterium. That's the real bottleneck. So let's actually look down here where that's being done. Now, if I'm using the hover pack here, I need to make sure I stay close to my actual factory, because you see those zaps of light? That's where it's connecting to nearby power poles. If I get too far away from my power poles, then the hover pack doesn't work anymore. Now I could just use my rocket pack, but that's something else. Here's where we're getting nitrogen gas. Literally fracking. And the Caterium's over here. Working. Did I just not hook these up? You're just not getting any, I guess. Alright. Guess you... I didn't set this up to produce any more yet, so let's get it started. I must have wanted to start at a small scale before ramping it up. We should be making twice as much Caterium. What? 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 Some hog is throwing stuff at me. Fine. I know that's working. I don't need to stick around. Now, of course, it takes a while for things to come all the way down the conveyor belts and actually start working up here. Okay, but this is getting more stuff now. Which means this machine is now getting more ingots than it can actually use. This machine kind of takes its time using them. Using 80 ingots. I don't need to be carrying all these dragons with me either. Alright, well, we'll let that roll. That's at least going faster than it was. Oh, there's been some sassy wildlife out here. One of my videos, at some point, I want to make a compilation video of, like, all the times I got jump scared by a stinger. Bet there's still one in there, too, that I haven't killed. Just far enough away from other things that it's not jumping on top of me at the moment, but they are the worst. It's like somehow they look different enough from real spiders that you know they're not real spiders. They're definitely, you know, an alien creature. But they just embody everything that is the most terrifying about spiders. And yeah, they're super persistent. And yes, I could turn on arachnophobia mode and make them look like cats, but somehow the cats are even more unsettling. Plus, I like to see the actual hitbox of the things I'm firing at, so... I kind of would just as soon keep them as their real selves. Plus, I think it's probably funny for you watching at home to see me get startled by the things, so... Who knows? Maybe we'll go exploring and find some today. Maybe we won't. I don't know. The only good bug is a dead bug. I'm doing my part. Yep, it's true. Oh, man. Yep. I having some good success using nobelisks against them. That's always a very satisfying win. Oh, you can see where I've done a little bit of routing things through the basement here. And our vehicle automatically fills up with fuel when we drive under a truck stop, so that's fun. Oh, this was an interesting spot. You see how I've got these batteries all stacked up here? There's a reason for that. There's a stinger that spawns in this area, and it'll just be out here even during broad daylight. The only way to make it stay away permanently is after you kill it, you need to make sure you put enough powered machines right on top of its spawn point that it won't come back. So that's why all the batteries are here. I tried putting the power tower here, that wasn't enough, so I put the batteries. And that keeps the stinger away. If I don't do that, then there's a stinger right here on this road that I use all the time, and it stinks. I mean, it's useful having batteries in general, but that's why I put them right there. Because it doesn't really matter where you put your batteries unless you want them connected to very specific parts of your power grid, but everything is all one big grid for me, so it doesn't really matter where they go. Except when I'm using them to prevent spawns. So before I do anything else, I'm gonna reconnect this conveyor belt to make sure that my supercomputers are getting sent to get turned into more advanced stuff, because if I don't do that, then I'm gonna wonder later why it's not working, and I'm gonna feel really silly. Okay, so supercomputers are gonna get put in there. A storage chest breaks their spawn. I thought it had to be something powered. Well, not that it has to be something powered, but that, at least what the wiki says, is that anything that you can build has a certain value attached to it, and if it's a powered machine, it's got a higher value than something like a foundation. And once the value's high enough, then nearby things won't respawn. So that's the logic I've been using. The long and the short of it is, the batteries work, so I'm happy to have them there. I'm also happy to finish this milestone.
Milestone reached. This is not a competition, but other pioneers, such as 83CKY and U531355, had already completed project assembly by this point. Fix-It was obviously wrong about you, but perhaps so was I. Regardless, you have finally unlocked the quantum encoder, which requires vast fluctuating power and excited photonic matter to produce highly complex parts. Do not make the same mistakes managing the resulting dark matter residue as you did other byproducts. Project part number 11, the AI expansion server, is now your highest priority. Galaxy-wide project management is taxing to even the most advanced among us, especially those who have to manage the less advanced. Like kittens and puppies, who are definitely still waiting for you to save them.
Wow. Yeah, they may have changed how things work at various points. Let's see, Fix-It blueprints. Honestly, I haven't actually been using those. That's not especially important. Spatial energy regulation would unlock the next actual project part, which, you know, we're not quite at a point to actually make yet. Peak efficiency would just let us build the last rank of conveyor belts, which is straightforward enough. We'll just work on this while other stuff is being worked on. So, although I just put all those trigons into production line, let's pull those out. Let's get these time crystals. We also need all-clad aluminum sheets and iron plates. Oh, and we can't actually put them in yet because the pod's not that yet. All right, that's fine. Well, let's look at the new things we can make then. Dark matter residue, produced as a byproduct of quantum encoding processes and alternatively generated in the converter. So we can just turn SAM into it. If we make synthetic power shards, then we get it as a byproduct. The superposition oscillator produces it as a byproduct. Okay, so we've got various things that produce it, but nothing that it's made into yet. Oh, no, we can make it into a dark matter crystal. We combine it with diamonds. Okay. So we could just use some reanimated SAM over in the north, turn that into dark matter residue, combine it with the diamonds that are up there, and make dark matter crystals. That's doable. Apparently there's some alternate ways of making dark matter crystals, but we don't have that yet. Excited photonic matter. Just produced in the converter? Okay. Quantum processor, AI expansion server. So we need to make the neural quantum processors. And the superposition oscillators. Both of those, plus some magnetic field generators, which we're already making. Excited photonic matter goes into AI expansion servers. I'm kind of thinking maybe I need to make a separate area for all this stuff. I haven't looked this up in advance, really, so that's why I'm doing all my thinking now. But let's see, a superposition oscillator. This is a bit of a loop. The dark matter crystals are made out of the dark matter residue, or are made out of the dark matter residue. But then they get used in stuff that generates dark matter residue as well once it's made. Matter crystal. Okay. What Superposition oscillators. Use crystal oscillators and all-clad aluminum sheets. Both of those are at the aluminum area. We could ship diamonds to the aluminum area to turn into dark matter crystals. And then just make excited photonic matter over there. That would give us superposition oscillators and dark matter residue. Okay, I think that's what I want to start off by doing. You set up a drone port over there to take diamonds to the aluminum area. Okay. I will mark the factory tour as done because we've done that. Let's do some productive Packer Deluxe. Okay, let's see how this goes. Little awkward. Oh, that's not going anywhere now. Just short of the second star. All right. Let's give it one more shot. I thought that was pretty good overall. They're just very demanding levels. Okay. Not bad. Okay, so diamonds to the aluminum area. That means essentially that we want to go back to the aluminum area and start setting things up over there. Now, at some point, somewhere, I found a hard drive that required those quantum super oscillators to unlock. I don't remember where that was, though, but once we start putting those into hammer space, that won't be an issue anymore. So we'll just go back this way. I've also seen people do things like build crazy half-pipe tracks for this Explorer. I'm making some sand over here. That didn't really go anywhere. I guess it's an alternate source of it if we need it. Well, the problem is, I'd have to fuel that drill port. The other possibility is to just use the supply lines I already have, bring it in the truck, and then put it on the drone. It's already headed off this way. That's doable. Then I don't have to send fuel to a whole separate place. Because the drones aren't picking up any fuel up here. They're picking it up at the other stations where they're getting it. And these drones aren't anywhere near carrying capacity, so it's okay for me to add a few things to them. Okay, well let's work on this then. The ladder is literally floating in midair. Let's get rid of it. You're doing fine. Okay, so up here. We're getting basically exactly as many ingots as we need. Site's starting to pile up. Oh, it is getting used over here. Okay, so up here, diamonds and dark matter residue can get turned into dark matter crystals. So let's first assume that we're going to have diamonds coming in via this drone port. or at least coming in through any drone port that we set up here. We'll just put it into the same sorting facility as everything else. It's okay, this is getting some excess rubber, as well as other things. Please take out the extra stuff. Yeah, we're getting too much rubber shipped in here. But let's count on doing a little more sorting. There. Left. Diamonds. Center is overflow. Okay, diamonds go in there. What's on here? Yes. Oh, icon. Cool. Well, I could put that on the others if I wanted to, but I'll leave that for now. So... The other possibility is doing a little more sorting up this way. I don't want to send everything all the way downstairs. Yeah, I think in the long run that might be better. So... let's put in a programmable splitter. Center is overflow. That should, for now, send everything through. Let's make sure that is what happens. Looks like it. Okay, so then out this side. You have no connections up top. What's your deal? I don't think this needs to be here. At least it doesn't have to be a big power plant. Okay, so let's assume that diamonds at the very least are going to come out this way. So out the left side, we want to add diamonds. Now that means we want a big buffer here that'll hold anything that's getting sent this way. Might want to put that on another level. It's just diamonds for now, so just for now. Put this. That's offset slightly. Okay. So we're getting diamonds. We need excited photonic matter. And we need dark matter residue. Dark matter residue we can just make out of reanimated SAM in a converter. We should have reanimated SAM over here. With more of this. Now there's the question of what happens if I need more converters for trigons. The uploaders are still working on those items. But let's start these up for now. We just need some SAM, reanimated SAM to go in this. And even though this is just a single thing, I'm still gonna put this in the center in case We change the configurations later. You are now making dark matter residue. And now we need to turn dark matter residue plus diamonds into dark matter crystals in the particle accelerator. Okay. That's right. The particle accelerator has a fluid input as well as solid ones. Well, let's put this. Put it out here. This machine is just making endgame parts, so we don't really need to make those at high volume. So I guess we can just put this kind of in the same line. We want to make dark matter crystals. Diamonds and dark matter residue. Okay, so. Glowy. And the diamonds. We shall send this way. This can all be rearranged later, of course. And I can test what I'm doing if I have some diamonds in camera space. Pull those out. Suppose we pretend like they're getting dropped off here. Yes, there they go. These get made at quite a fast pace, really. Sure, we'll need these for various things. Quantum encoder is something we need to build. Okay. Power usage is extremely high and unstable. Okay. It's also rather large, but that's okay. only getting so much dark matter residue. That's okay. A lot going on up here. But I also don't want to take up any more space downstairs. Build this out. And just extend this a bit. All right. Quantum encoder. Kind of a long machine, aren't you? Four inputs on one side. Two outports. Can fit you there. We're gonna need both of these. Need time crystals for this as well. Okay, but let's start with this. Oh, those are some blinking lights in. Anything else have those? Not really. That's just kind of a grid pattern with a light. What do these things have? Very boring. Wow, okay, that's a level of detail I never noticed before. Okay, so let's make you a bigger, nicer power pole. Make you look a little nicer. Another bigger, nicer power pole. Starting to run up against capacity again. We're okay for now. What do you need? First of all, you need dark matter crystals. Getting those. You need crystal oscillators. Those are coming in on the drone, and we need to make sure they're going both ways. That needs a proper floor hole. We can work on it later. In terms of the crystal oscillators. Yeah, we've got more of those than we need over here. Some of them are needed downstairs. Some of them are needed upstairs. But the ones that we need upstairs, we could just split off this way. So in the center, let's add crystal oscillators and we'll also add them here. Now the instant we do that though, we need to have a way of sorting. So let's put a new sorting area up here. This needs to be a smart splitter as well. Run over. You in the center need to take diamonds and send overflow out the left. You out the right need to send crystal oscillators and send overflow through the center. Interesting. No, we do not need any going through the left. What we need is crystal oscillators. There's a slight buffer in these so we can pick up the stuff that got sent up here that shouldn't have. But this way. Okay, some of the crystal oscillators come through here. Okay, that's what we want. There we go. We're not running things entirely straight through each other. Okay, you have dark matter crystals, you have crystal oscillators, now you need all-clad aluminum sheets. And that is something I think I want to send through the underside of the floor. You know what? This doesn't need to be here anymore. The sheets are being made over there. So let's extend this level to go get them. I suppose we could go hunting for slugs. Chance they might not be the only thing in this tree, though. Seems quiet. Okay. Yeah. Tree full of slugs. I'm honestly shocked. There's not something much scarier up here too. You'd think it would be up here, especially at night. Cute little spot, really. A lot of radioactivity over there. Okay, now up here. Let's switch back to the hover pack. Yes, up here we have... where the aluminum sheets are being made. A lot of them are being sent downstairs. We can also split them off to go upstairs. assume it's it's clipping into the machine. Okay, let's do this another way. This uploader, I'm gonna put it on the other side. Slight clip on the machine, but not a big problem. Meanwhile, this stretch up as high as we can. As far as it goes. And that can go into the ceiling. If I put a ceiling conveyor mount here, now we can run this all the way over there. Actually figure out how it's going to attach on this side, and then we can connect them up. Hello Swan, how's it going? We've got a quantum encoder set up here. Okay, these sheets will just run a hole through the floor. That's quite hooked up properly. That seems connected. We'll know it's done correctly if we don't see it sticking out the bottom. Yeah, there we go. It's just the hole. Okay, in which case, keep on running it along the ceiling. Oh, here's a nice viewpoint. We're getting there. Okay, are you getting what you need? Yes. Toss some of those in for good measure. And now we just need excited photonic matter. which I guess we can just produce in a converter. Yeah, no inputs, just power. Fascinating. Well, all right then. In that case, we'll definitely need... It's going over a little too far. Okay, you are gradually getting what you need. Definitely gonna need a lot more power, though. Well, that's a thing. And if nothing else, we'll definitely at least need this. So now we've got to send diamonds out this way. We've also definitely got to deal with our power needs, because now we're spiking all over the place again. So. Let's head down this way. Now, for some reason, I hadn't really used any alien power augmenters yet. Probably just because I didn't have a whole lot of Sommersloops to spare. But if we take them out of all those supercomputer-related machines, we should have enough at this point. So, let's give that a try. Once I find my way back to my vehicle. Fall in the water. run over the lizard dog. That's right, there was all that extra rubber back at the advanced place. We've got to slow that down a little bit. So it's getting way more rubber than it needs. One way we could handle that is just by sending the excess back here to get shipped off to the main base. But we could also address that by maybe settling things differently over this way. Let's replace this with a very slow belt. There's probably too much of a buffer inside the sorter itself. Really cut down on the amount that gets sent up there. That looks a little better. Let's try it. And let's see how power production's doing. You're fine. You're getting more than enough fuel. These are getting enough turbo fuel. Are these making enough turbo fuel? From your perspective, turbo fuel's not really being reduced fast enough. It's not being eaten fast enough, rather. So let's add another generator. That's not much really, but we'll keep on working on those diamonds. The problem is though, well, no, that's not a problem. We don't need to be worried about that. Okay, so the diamonds are gonna go on the tractor from the far north into the truck station here, and then they're gonna get sent over to the drone port to get sent off to the illuminator. That's what we're gonna do. So step one is to make sure we can handle diamonds over here. We set those up. Fixite trigons. Prime crystals out the right. Diamonds out the left. That's fine because we can send them over there. This here, we'll assume that I'm going to want something else there too. It's pretty typical of my use of walls just to keep things organized, not so much to enclose. But this needs to go here. Actually, let's actually keep it in line with this. At least slightly. Okay, and this is where stuff all gets merged in to go to the drone ports. So another hole. There it is. Okay, so we're dealing with diamonds here. Now we need to deal with them over in the north. Close encounters with both vehicles, no problem. Oh, that's right. This is where all our summer sloops are. Not quite in a race against time anymore, so let's pull some of those out. Well, not like we were ever in a race against time exactly, but Let's take these. And these, that's enough. And just put it here. It wants me to feed something into it. Let's just build it. We can always tear it down later. Good grief. Alright, that definitely amplifies things. But I feel like this is the wrong place for this. Maybe we'll move it later if it's in the way. Big shadows. I'm sure I'll be sending time crystals the same way eventually, but for now, branch off a few diamonds and send them along on the tractor. So, splitter. This ramp is going both ways, that's fine. This clearly needs some kind of merger. What it really needs is to be rearranged. This isn't doing anything anymore, so it can go away. And this needs to have its splitter here. Which means that this can become a merger. and move on this way. That's the fuel port. Okay, and now we're shipping diamonds. Still one Mercer sphere somewhere within the area of this tower. I might know where it is, but we won't worry about that for now. Now, nothing's going to happen here until the tractor comes. Oh, here it is. Let's follow it. Power okay? Yeah, it's fine. Okay, it's picking up what it needs. Head back and wait for it. Exhaustion is not covered by the Fix-It Pioneer Health Plan, nor is Pioneer Health. Why am I not surprised? I'm not running my own conveyor bridge. It definitely needs to be retooled. There's a pause there that doesn't need to happen. Yeep. Okay, so all goes as expected. We should see this tractor come in, drop off all of its various kinds of crystals, and we should see a bunch of diamonds on this conveyor belt. Ooh, plastic is getting junked. Interesting. Okay, there's a bunch of diamonds. Merged belt, let's make it fast. Loads of diamonds for sure. Of course, this is an entire backlog's worth, so I shouldn't be surprised. Okay, well, with that done, hopefully we should start getting the advanced stuff being made over there. While we're here, let's drop off some milestone goodies. Now that our pod is back. I have clearly been building a lot. All-clad aluminum sheets. Where I've got a pile of those. I wonder if I've still got a bin of this kind of thing around anywhere. Not really. I kind of got rid of most of those. That's a lot, but we are... Let's see, we can pin these things since I'll need them. All clad aluminum sheets. So whenever one of those ticks up to 200, we can just pull out the stack and get ready to toss it into this. Same goes for Fixite Trigons. That was fast. All right, what next? Next, we gotta make these neural quantum processors. So for that, mostly, we're gonna just need to ship time crystals over to the advanced area. So let's get set up for those. And then after that, AI expansion server. It's going to need both of those things plus the magnetic field generators. We've already got tons of those. We might even have enough around to make everything that we're going to make. So let's just get our advanced area set up. Oh, before we do anything, just want to make sure our computers are getting made at a good clip. Yeah, you're fine. We need to send more rubber this way, though. I think we definitely need to come up with a better way to get rubber back here. In fact, if we were to set this up to receive rubber, we could merge it into the line. This rubber is going across. That's not the pipeline that's going into computers. What we need is to merge it back into the computer's rubber supply line. Which we could do via this. Okay, yes. Let's get set up for that. Let's just make this of the proper height. Run you back across this way after sorting. This is a little ridiculous. But I'm willing to put up with it. If we add it's here, rubber out the right. Okay, now we just need to send it back the other way. Now, the tricky thing with the drones is that each one can only carry 9 separate stacks of anything at one given time. So I wouldn't want to overload it with just a massive backlog of rubber all at once. But let's see what we can do while we're over there. That area always destroys the video encoding. And down this way. So before we actually automate any of this, let's just hand off a few stacks manually. Oh, goodness. See how much was coming through that way. You are getting backed up on diamonds in a hurry. What's the deal over here? There's rubber on the belt. That's not okay. Had some back when it was set to any for a short period of time. That shouldn't be happening anymore. Suddenly things have become more interesting. Okay. So, what are we making next? We are making these purple cube things, neural quantum processors. Those are made in the quantum encoder out of trigons and the excited photonic matter and some other things. Now this... Okay, that creates dark matter residue. That needs to get fed back into this system. let's do it in this direction. Seems to lend itself to that. Let's see. Making some effort to make this look nice. That's not great, actually. Better? Yeah. Okay, that's got a couple sources of dark matter now. You're making what you need to make. That's uploading. Okay. Let's build some more floor. As much space as the other one on the other side of the pipe. You shall make neural quantum processors. You also make dark matter residue as well. so let's set you up to do that. You're not in exactly the same position as the other one. Okay, neural quantum processors. The dark matter residue pipeline is set up. You also need excited photonic matter, which really means this needs to be a junction. Same. Guess I'll find out. Not quite. This is my master. Hello. Probably have to fix that at some point anyway, so I'll just leave it as it is. Welcome, welcome. You find me in the midst of building some crazy advanced stuff. I'm gonna hook this up to power just so it'll show the appropriate things. Oh. Didn't realize I was accidentally throwing those in. That's not what I want to do. I'm doing pretty well. I finally managed to fix the light fixture in my kitchen, so I'm not cooking in the dark anymore, and that's great. That's probably going to be in the middle of everything, actually. Put this here. Power line. Power line. Okay, this is getting plenty of excited photonic matters. It now needs fixite trigons, which we have in some abundance over here. Look at this cool glowy stuff in our pipes. It's crazy and I love it. Trigons. Here they are. What is going on here? Guess I anticipated splitting them twice or something, but clearly that doesn't need to happen. We're gonna send this way. Spoiler alert, we're probably gonna need more trigons. Maybe I can... Yeah. Let's make this look a little nicer. Go here. And the big question is, what of these do I want it to go into? I'm not sure yet which one would be best, so let's just... That looks awkward. That doesn't look too bad. Okay, you've got trigons, you've got excited photonic matter, you've got no supercomputers yet. Now for those... Any incoming drones? One of them is far away. One's just landing. Let's wait till it leaves. Because I don't want to get any more rubber on the wrong belt again. Wait till you've dropped off everything you're gonna drop off. There you go. A lot of rubber. No wonder we're overflowing on the stuff. Okay, now out the left we need to add an item. It needs to be no, it needs... Well, we're gonna need both of these, so... Supercomputers... Which means we also need supercomputers here. We need to specify it in both, otherwise supercomputers will only get sent out the left, and that's not what we want. Let's see. Organization, storage container. Not that I think we'd ever overflow on supercomputers, but one must be principled. In fact. Go. These are crystal oscillators. diamonds. We're also going to need time crystals. Center is overflow and out the right. Time crystals. This is offset from the others. It's going to bother me. Hope you're also doing well today, Zinch. Let's see. This up again. Time crystal. Okay. Kind of running into our Caterium. Got your coffee, doing your game deving? That sounds great. Got some tea here. I should have a sip. Okay. These two sides aren't done quite the same. I see what I need to do. There. these could go into a stack of some kind, or I could just kind of do them as a ribbon. Let's lift it up too much at once. That looks better. Okay, we should be getting supercomputers by this route. But we wouldn't be making them in any large quantities at this point, because we had to use our Somers loops for something else. So we'll just wait and see what happens there. That's clipping, but I choose not to care at the moment. Actually redo this to use the stackable poles. No? And you. And go up there. Tear these down. Okay, now we should check to make sure supercomputers are being dealt with properly. And start sending time crystals the same way. See any supercomputers arriving. We might just be producing them too slowly. But out the left, let's make sure we're... Oh, drat. Alright, we need a proper overflow bin. Time crystals need to be dealt with in this direction. That's not a priority. Send a little rubber back the other way. How's this doing? Still getting a few stray items. Probably when things have been a little too badly blocked up. This is too much stuff for me to want to send it all to the drone at once. Still enough that it can carry this much. Where's our drone? It's just now coming back. Let's see if it has a supercomputer on it. I'm making some black bean soup in my slow cooker, and the whole house is smelling really good now. Some tall areas not covered by the radar towers. Here it is. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that's 9 stacks. Not seeing any. Okay, let's go back and see what the holdup is. In the meantime, well, you know what else we can do? We can just toss in a few supercomputers just to test it. Just to make sure it'll work. So let's pretend like these arrived. Yes, they get split off in both directions. Some of them go this way. Okay, now it just needs time crystals to work. And in fact, since I have a few of those on me as well, we can keep on testing. All of those should get sent over here. Some of them are treated as overflow. Strange. And that fires up. Can I set up the rest of what I need for AI expansion servers? Almost. Growth is the metric by which we measure success. Growing AI expansion. Not sure how I feel about that, but okay. Well, while we're out here then, let's get set up for that. Oh, I'm not carrying enough supercomputers anymore. Sorry, gotta steal these back. Yoink. You'll get more later, I promise. Same goes for those time crystals. Okay, this... really ought to be an elevated junction. We stack it on top. Well, got to be a better way to do that. Can't snap this. Anything. I can snap it to the grid. I suppose what I could do is build a foundation and then take it away. So suppose I put in... might be a smidge too tall. That is too tall, but I've got the right idea. We need is 2 meter and a 1 meter. Yes, of course it's silly that I care so much, but it'll just look so nice when it's done. There. Now, what else do you need? You're going to make AI expansion servers. You need the neural quantum processors and the superposition oscillators, which means we need to split off both of those. Oh, these aren't even getting sent anywhere. Okay. Well then. Oh, that's convenient. Okay, splitter goes here. Couple you. Send them up even higher, actually. Actually, no. You know what? Through the floor. That'll be better. So, another splitter. In line with those. Let's do. Yes. Careful. Oops. That's not what we needed. slightly dangerous. What I'm gonna do is just run another power pole out here, just for my hover pad. Okay, with that set up over there, we need our 2 conveyor holes over here. The magnetic field generators can be the odd one out in the other hole over there, so set these up here. Don't think those are connected properly. Okay, those are the holes over there. Those are the holes over here. And those are flowing in, though. They need to be flowing out. These aren't connected properly either. There, I needed to connect them to the splitter first. As though it were lifting, but then get it into the hole. And it doesn't want the hole to be there. There, that's better. Actually, okay. Now we can do our sealing belts. And we'll line up these the same way here. Okay. Those parts should be going where they need to now. Some more crystal oscillators. I can see we're going to need to make more of those. The one that just got made might have just been sent to hammer space. So we still need magnetic field generators anyway. What's in here? Random things. Why are computers being sent up here? Something stuck in an any state. Okay, crystal oscillators are being dealt with. Let's move this down. And let's get those electromagnetic control units going. Smart splitter. Center gets overflow. The right gets something control. Something else. Magnetic field generators. That was it. And we shall add a sign. Drones nearby? No, we can do this quickly. Alright, magnetic field generators. Are we still overflowing on rubber? Yes. A bunch of extra supercomputers up here too. Okay. There's those. Let's run them over. Moving in the right direction. we'll just add it to the stack. At the same elevation over here, and then duck it in there. Okay, now we need to send time crystals and electromagnetic control rods this way. Ah, you are making another one of these. Are you getting them? Yes, you have them. You just need your magnetic field generators. Okay. Time crystals and field generators. Of course, building all these conveyor belts means I'm running through my all-clad aluminum sheets like crazy. We also radiation level. Is there a hog that's still causing problems? Or is it just rare for me to get so close to that rock? I'm gonna have to come back here to send the AI expansion things back, but I'll go ahead and accept that. That'll give me a chance to look over here and make sure everything's okay. Ran that critter over again. Okay, time crystals. Am prepared to be gathering them. Honestly, since they're both going to the drone, it might make sense to just send them off the same way. We're not getting overwhelming amounts of these. I think I'm cool with that. Which means that this needs to become a programmable splitter so that it can send both things off that way. It's increasingly ridiculous. I kind of wish I could pause while doing this, but it's okay. Left. Diamonds. And time crystals. And let's put a sign on this. Aluminum zone. Nice. Okay, now those magnetic control things are around here somewhere. Yep, turned off because I didn't need him for a bit. So let's see where this belt is going. Big, long, slow, empty belt, which used to go straight into the space elevator. Doesn't need to go there anymore. Instead, it needs to go to the drone. Which means it still needs to be part of all that madness. You know, while we're sitting here, make sure we're dumping these into our milestone bin. Stacks of these. not getting enough iron ingots. Fascinating. Also doesn't matter where you're overclocked if you're not actually getting enough materials. Alright, this could use with some rearranging, but let's worry about that later. Let's get these magnetic control things where they need to go. In fact, while we're here, since I'm carrying time crystals on me, can just send them on their way. Just to get that line running. Now this has a few mergers that are already doing all they can. So it looks like we're going to need to add another one. We'll put a 4-hole here. What this is. Just make it a Mark III. Now I have to find it. There it is. Let's put a wall here. This whole thing is still a mess, but at least we're going the right way. This, I believe, is where we can connect. This came up that way. Yes, that is the old belt. So if we just cut this out. Oh, that wasn't actually connected. I see. Well, it still works. now we can turn this back on. And get rid of this belt that's not doing anything anymore. That looks pretty well cleared out. Okay. Can we get any more of these? Steadily drop them in. Alright, now let's get our time crystals into the pipeline. You know what we don't have yet is a way to receive. Right, we're gonna have to send the AI expanders back here on planet. Diamonds. There's time crystals. I don't need to be carrying diamonds. That up as a merger. All right. We'll be nice. We'll give you a grid. Okay. Time crystals are getting shipped now. just come around this way. Leave this here for a sec because that pause doesn't need to be there. Okay, so now in this drone port, eventually we're going to start getting those AI expanders. We need to be ready for them. So this isn't doing anything. Really, we can just send them out the right side. The right side, AI expansion circuit. Actually, you know what? This isn't necessary. Don't need to build a whole new stack here. At least not yet. Oh, comes the tractor. We making thermal propulsion rockets. Those are completely backed up. But those do not need to go into space elevator anymore. So I'm gonna stick those in there in a sec. For now, let's clear this out. Because we can use this belt for our AI expansion servers instead. Just make it a fast one. Clear this off so it'll get everything out of the buffer. Store. Come on. Store the rest of those in there for the time being. Just wait for it to drain. Lovely. This the one? Yes. AI expansion servers. We'll go into the space elevator. Assuming everything's working the way I think it does. How's all this going? You're not getting enough circuit boards because you're not getting enough copper sheets. Truck's looking fine. How are these going? I keep getting plates back from destroying basic belts. Useful in here? No, this was draining into something, but it's not anymore. This also used to drain into something, is no longer doing so. All artifacts. Though still having a giant stockpile of these old things clearly could have been a good idea still, but that's okay. We'll just collect them gradually as we've been doing. Also, yeah, you're still making these. Where was I? Okay, one thing I wanted to do was get this figured out, because clearly there's stuff that's backed up that doesn't need to be. These are merging into this when they could just merge into this. So this is all very old stuff. I don't even need to walk up here anymore, so I'm taking that out. So let's see what I can do with this. If I just turn this into one long manifold, it splits off 3 ways. I'm sure part of the problem before was just that I didn't have fast belts yet. So these are really going 3 ways. 1, 2, 3. Get rid of this. Merge you into the same belt that all the rest of these are in. These could all be closer together as well. Small tolerances. Where are these going? Down to 26. These machines are going through iron faster than they're getting it. Nothing's really backed up anymore, though. Not to a point that it can't be fixed. Yeah, this is all coming in different directions. It's kind of madness, and these are all farther apart from each other than they need to be. A lot of this is just a relic of not having faster belts to work with. A lot of different iron sources all being tapped for something that's not actually using them at full speed. Over there isn't really being used at this point. Suppose I turn this off. Yeah, these are all laid out somewhat primitively. Let's get a Mark III power pole in here. Start behaving like we're serious. You're getting your power from over there. Disrupt things for a little bit, but it's okay. I'm gonna smush these together a little closer. Smelter. quite get that in there. That's okay. Oh. That's probably disturbed a whole bunch of things. We okay? Back to normal. However, might be limited more by these. No, these are fine. And let's deal with these. Volumes are high enough that I'm gonna just keep on using the basic squares. Alright. That's a little more efficiency. This was turned off, but it had such a backlog of ore that, yeah, it's gonna take a little while to drain. Chucking these in. Clearing this out will clean things up a lot. But with all that done, we need to go over to the advanced area and make sure we can actually send our AI things back here. Now, once we know that it's working, we'll probably need to scale up our production of the stuff over there as well. Those screaming sounds are something else. Remember it being this radioactive. Alright, well, time crystals are backed up. Not completely overflowing yet. What's going on over here? Need supercomputers. Oh, you need your dark matter residue to be hooked up. You are creating those though, so let's get them into the drone port. We need to go back in here. This. Right, we can just merge them in with the bio sculptors. Which are being made over here. And that's not super conducive to merging. Unless we do it down here. Ha. Won't snap to a grid quite like I want. Maybe if I can run a belt over here, it'll do that. Let's see. Logistics. Belt. Attach it here. Come on down. too concerned with how it's routed, especially. At least not yet. Over here, belt is too long. Suppose I stand right here. That's acceptable. I can get it this far. Now suppose I add a merger here. Try and line it up with the other one. Yes. Alright, so if I've done everything properly, I should be able to feed these back into the outport of the machine as though they had just been made, and they should get shipped all the way back to the space elevator. And we need to use up more of this dark matter residue. Which I think means we need to turn production of it down here a little bit. See how much these things are all using. Of course, it's hard to balance because they're never going to be running at full tilt. What I can see for now, though, is that they've got more produced than they can actually account for. So we'll just let's leave that for now. We're gonna need pull some of these out. Okay, this needs to drain some more of its dark matter residue before it'll make anything else. This makes up to 100 per minute. This makes up to 75 per minute. This makes up to 125 per minute. And this uses only 150 per minute. I'm going to shut this off entirely for now. Assume that I'm not going to need it for a while. We'll just check on it whenever we're here. Okay. AI expansion units are getting sent out. Our rubber, etc. situation. It's all just rubber, and there's still so much of it. Seven, 8, 9. Yeah, we gotta find some way to limit the amount of rubber that's being sent over here, because it's just too much. glowing shafts going up into the sky. Taken 6 dark matter crystals. Create a fair amount of dark matter residue by doing so. Yeah, I'm gonna need a better use for dark matter crystals, otherwise I'm gonna have more residue than I know what to do with, I think. Snag these. Probably gonna have to use some actual math at some point. Our drone must have left at least once. Zone drone. There it goes. So we should see some of those items show up in the space elevator in a few seconds here. Appear. Let's take a little while for the thing to dock. For all those stacks of rubber to drain out. Its way back. Something is not working, so let's head back and fix it before closing out for the day. That's something? Ah! 8 out of 256. There they are. They just took a little while. Alright. It did work. So I'm actually going to head back up this way because I want to get our thumbnail picture from the stuff we built today. And next time, since I kind of locked myself into needing this extremely high volume of aluminum sheets and iron plates, I guess we'll finish piling those up. These are still producing like crazy. The way that goes. Okay, let's get a nice picture. Oh, this looks really cool. Let's... something here for me to stand on. Actually, let's... that looks pretty nice. Can you get them while they're actually running? That would be cool. You want crystal oscillators. You want a supercomputer. You want a thingy. Okay, we're gonna need at least one shipment before we can do that. But at least I know where to stand, so... I'll save the game here. I'll get my picture later. Okay. And let's see who's around to raid. Oh, Dan Jones is also playing Satisfactory. That's someone who's putting a little more work into aesthetics than I am. Let's head on over. So, thank you all so much for joining me. We'll get loads more done next time. See if we can scale up some of those basic plates and stuff and get that sorted out. And see what comes next. So, I'll send you over to Dan Jones, and I will see you all next time. Thank you so much for joining me. Have a great week.